Check, check, check. Testing one, two.
Not to worry, and I will be happy to present the proclamation to her.
Good morning. Thank you everyone for your patience. Sorry we're starting a few minutes late. Does my good co-chair have any opening remarks?
My opening remarks is, let's get started.
And do the ranking members have any opening remarks? Awesome. Great. I'm gonna request to start a consent calendar. Is there any objection to starting consent calendar at this time? Seeing none, we'll start a consent calendar. Is there any objection to adding for Senate Bill 135? Can I please have a motion for a joint favorable to the floor?
So move.
Moved by Senator McCrory, seconded by Representative Zupkis. Any discussion?
Oh,
I don't see any online. Is there any objection to placing Senate Bill 135 on the consent calendar? Seeing none, the item will be placed on the consent calendar. Sure. So a brief overview. SB 135 is an act implementing the recommendations of the Technical Education and Career System. And these are pretty minimal adjustments, recognizing the change in title of the executive director and also the change of the role of the board from sort of governing to advisory. Representative Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question on Section 7. The bill removes the requirement for the system's executive director to submit quarterly reports on to OPM on gifts, grants, and donations. Is that reporting going to be done elsewhere, or I'm just concerned with, that we're calling this session for transparency on all these grants, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm just assuming that maybe that reporting is going to be done elsewhere, or do you know about that?
My understanding is that this reporting is happening elsewhere, and they removed this because it was a redundant reporting requirement.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Any other questions? All right. For Senate Bill 136, an act concerning public education in the state. Can I please have a motion for a joint favorable to the floor?
So move.
A second? Second. Moved by Senator McCrory, seconded by Representative Leeper. Any discussion? Yep. Representative Zupkis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, could you just explain this bill, please?
So this is what's often referred to as a dummy bill, just to provide a little floor flexibility should any issues come up between our final JF meeting and our final floor vote.
Thank you. I do appreciate that, and at times possibly understand it, but I will be a no today. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or discussion?
Madam Chair, Senator Berthel online. Good morning.
Good morning, Senator.
I'm sorry I couldn't be with you. I had some commitments in district this morning. I'll associate my remarks very quickly with those of my good House chair. I'll be a no today, just out of a preponderance of caution until we know what's actually in the bill. Thank you.
No problem. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Rep. Belinsky has his hand up.
Oh, I apologize. Representative Belinsky.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate being recognized. I just wanted to confirm that I confer with the good ranking members. I will also be a no on this today.
Thank you, Representative. Any other discussion? All right, seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
A motion has been made and seconded to JF to the floor. Agenda item 2, SB 136, an act concerning public education in the state. Senator McCrory,
Yes.
Representative Leeper,
Yes.
Senator Berthel,
Good morning, Madam Clerk. Senator Berthel votes no.
Representative Subkis,
No.
Senator Winfield, Representative Brown, Representative Anderson,
No.
Representative Arceno,
Representative Arceno votes yes.
Representative Biggins, Representative Bolinsky,
Representative Belinsky votes nay.
Representative Candelaria, Representative Carney, Representative Comey,
Representative Comey votes yes.
Representative Constantine, Representative Corpus,
Rep. Corpus votes no.
Representative Dauphiné, Representative DeFranzo,
Yes.
Senator Fazio, Representative Felipe, Senator Flexer, Representative Foncelo,
Fonsello votes no.
Senator Gakar Wilcox, Representative Jenga,
Representative Jenga votes yes.
Representative Gibson, Representative Gucker, Representative Haynes,
Haynes is a no.
Representative Howard, Representative Johnson, Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes no.
Representative Khan,
Yes.
Senator Kushner, Representative McGee, Representative Menapace, Senator Miller, Representative Parker, Representative Pemberton, Representative Poulos,
Yes.
Representative Rader, Representative Reddington Hughes,
Reddington Hughes votes no.
Representative Roberts, Representative Romano,
Romano is a no.
Representative Sanchez, Representative Smith,
Smith votes yes.
Senator Summers, Representative Stewart,
Rep. Stewart votes no.
Representative Wielander,
Representative Wielander votes yes.
is there anyone online who? Biggins, Representative Biggins,
Higgins votes yes.
thank you. Representative Constantine,
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And just for members who I know are juggling many things, we'll hold the votes open until 2. All right, for Senate Bill 223, can I please have a motion for a joint favorable change of reference to the Appropriations Committee?
So moved.
Moved by Senator McCrory, seconded by Representative Haynes. Any discussion? Yep. Representative Anderson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We certainly are all sympathetic to health insurance costs, which for many are unaffordable. What I want to understand, do para educators typically buy their insurance on the health insurance exchange?
I think I can't speak to where they typically buy their health insurance, but they're not a part of the Partnership 2.0 plan. And I think they don't currently have access to that. So I think there is a multitude of ways they're getting their health insurance. And this was a benefit we were trying to provide for them, obviously, to lower those costs.
I know that the insurance bought on the healthcare exchange is federally subsidized. So do we know if the folks eligible for this are getting their insurance also federally subsidized?
I can't answer that question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just concerned about unequal treatment, but thank you.
Any other discussion? Representative Poulos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do you know how this bill would impact paras that are currently receiving this benefit?
This is only clarifying the language so that there aren't paras who are carved out of this benefit. Currently, it wasn't explicit that if you are a para educator at a charter school, you are eligible for this benefit, and we're just making that clarification. So there's no change to any paras who are currently receiving this benefit.
Will the funding for this benefit be increased to accommodate the increased participants in the benefit?
The comptroller told us that was the intent, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Zupkis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And one question, I know that the comptroller, it was 5 million. He asked for another 5 million. So now we're at 10 million. Is 10 million, is that going to cover all paras?
This is being referred to appropriations where I think they'll have those more in-depth conversations. But the comptroller indicated to us that he thought that was going to cover the expense.
Thank you. I will be a yes to get this to appropes for further discussion. Doesn't mean how I will vote on the House floor, but I will vote yes today to get it to appropes.
Thank you, Representative. Any other discussion? Oh, Senator Berthel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would associate my remarks with Representative Zupkis. I'll support this to get it over to appropes, reserving the right to change my my vote in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Any other Representative Khan?
Thank you. Just a couple questions. So it's my understanding that there is a certain amount that's already allocated to this subsidy. Do you know what that amount is currently?
I believe it's currently 5 million.
Okay. And we're not sure what the increase would be if this change is made.
I think for the benefit for the current pool and also the additional pool, which I don't think is all that many additional paras, the comptroller asked for an additional 5 million.
Okay. And then in line 17, it changes from an employee that is employed by a local or regional board of education to an employee in a public school. Do we define public school? Because I know it's not defined here, but do we have a definition?
Public schools are defined in statute, and I think this is to clarify that we're not carving out some of our public schools. This benefit is eligible for paras in all of our public schools.
Do you know how public school is defined?
Well, explanations will what?
Only because I know the bill itself references charters, charter schools, but I just want to know if any others.
Chris, will you please define public schools for the good representative?
Yeah, sure. Public schools are anything that are funded by the state. So it would be traditional public schools, local regional board of education, interdistrict magnet school programs operated by RESCs or other providers. There's a couple one-offs, but charter schools, VOAG schools. I believe the Connecticut Technical Education and Career System is considered a public school as well. Endowed academies. Might be missing one, but not because I don't want one.
I think you covered all of them. Thank you. Thank
Okay.
you.
If there's a school that's a RESC school that's not a traditional school and that like it's a special education program that's run by RESC, would that be considered a public school?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, just because then that does include a lot more paras. The special educate, we have a lot of special ed programs run by RESC. So my concern would just be that we're adding a good number of paras. And I think it would just be if we're adding the money, then and we have the money allocated to it, I have no concern. But I just wanted to clarify that point. Thank you.
The paras in our RESCs would already have been covered by the existing language. The gap seemed to be for the paras that are working in our charter schools that were expressing they were not covered by the existing language. Just for clarification.
If I can ask just a follow-up, so I know that in our traditional public schools, para educators are required to have a para certification, which would include that they have the 60 credits that we require, or that they have to take the para pro. Do paras in charter schools have the same requirement?
This request came specifically from the para union, so I would assume the standards are aligned.
That they are also required to be certified in charter schools?
The union is the one who made the request for this change, so I don't think there's a different standard for the paras in their bargaining unit, dependent on what public schools their professionals are working in.
But the unions do not cover traditionally charter schools, so that's why I'm asking.
These were representatives specifically for the paras who are asking for this benefit.
Okay, but we don't know if they're certified individuals. Because
They're
I know
part
we
of the
don't-
union, but we can ask, we can get that information.
Yeah, just because I know teachers are not required to be certified at charter schools. So I personally do not know if charter schools also require or do not require paraeducators to be certified. But we're not sure.
I don't want to misspeak. I just am sharing this request came specifically from the union, so we can clarify that with them after the
Okay.
meeting.
Thank you.
Representative Zupkis? Oh, Representative Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for clarification purposes, so this is for those paralegals that are enrolled in the high deductible plan, is that correct, right? Are all paras in the high deductible plan? What other plan is available to them? And these possibly could be questions that we'll delve into when it gets to appropriations, but can you just clarify that for me, please?
There's no requirement on what type of plan, I think, from state statute purposes that our paras can be in. So this is just a benefit for whatever plan they are, because they're not they don't have access to the Partnership 2.0 plan that our teachers have access to.
Okay.
So they could be in a high deductible plan. They could probably be in a variety of plans.
Okay, but this bill is specific to those that are in the high deductible plan.
Correct.
Okay.
You have that clear. Are you clear?
No. So what about? Thank you, Madam Chair, if you could just let me know where you are on that.
There's a variety that are
Okay.
high deductible.
But just for clarification, this bill, this SB 223, is specific to paras that are only enrolled in the high deductible plan. Is that correct?
I believe the answer to your question, there are multiple plans out there, but these reimbursements or the increase of funding is for those who are in the high deductible plan of the plan which they're in.
Okay, and
There are
those-
multiple plans, but regardless of what the multiple plans that are out there, these are for those who are in the high deductible portion of that plan.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate the response, and I'm sure, as I said, I'll have more questions when it gets to appropriations. I will be voting in favor of this today. I mean, we cannot, our paras are so important to us in our school districts. So I will support this out of committee, sending it to appropriations and ask additional questions at that time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. And I just want to say paras are one of the most valuable parts of our educational system. Our school system cannot work without them. they bring a lot of resources to the schools and to the individuals they work with. And that is some of the lowest paid individuals in our educational systems. If you think that educators are not being properly paid, those folks who are parents who do a lot of the grunt work, who make sure our children get the best quality education, have the lowest salaries in our state. And if we can do something to help them in regards to their health benefits, because they need health benefits for themselves and their families, to help them in the capacity of just reducing the cost of a premium, I think that's something we should do for all our individuals that work in our public schools. And this is what this piece of legislation is trying to do. So thank you, and thank you for your questions. And if there are any other questions that's relevant to the cost of paras, the cost that we're putting with the conversation we have with our controller, who said he has enough resources right now to cover all parents that work in our schools, then any other question other than that should be had at another committee, and that would be Appropriations Committee. Thank you. Good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do appreciate appreciate your comments and totally appreciate paras. And I agree with you. They are really the backbone of a lot of the special ed services that are provided. The only, I guess, just a comment for the future is it does say in here about the high deductible, and if 10 million is the cost for the paras now that are in the high deductible plan. If I was a para, I'd be going to a high deductible plan. So I don't know if it will cover every para going forward or just the paras that are presently in this plan. I just foresee if I was a para, I would step my plan up. And so just for a comment and reference, thank you. Oh,
Yeah, don't let me see. Well, you know what? Actually, Whitney found a direct language that is this piece of legislation support, and you'll be surprised that it. Go ahead.
It is for employer provided or high deductible plan, and the deductible specific language is for the amount of coverage provided by the comptroller is for a portion of the deductible. And I believe the comptroller shared with us it was roughly 70% of the deductible that the benefit was providing when he provided his testimony. Thank you guys for your patience. And I think Representative Arzano online.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And this is an excellent thought subsidy for our paraeducators. Are there any differentiation between part-time and full-time paraeducators in the bill?
I don't see any distinction between that, but I would think your benefit is likely proportional to your hours, and then the benefit provided by your employer, and then it would be commensurate that the benefit from the comptroller would be proportional to the benefit you are getting from your employer.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I
Thank you,
fully support this subsidy.
Is that it for questions? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
A motion has been made and seconded to JF2 appropriation, agenda item 3, Senate Bill 223, and that concerning the paraeducator healthcare subsidy program. Senator McCrory,
Yes.
Representative Leeper,
Yes.
Senator Berthel,
Senator Berthel votes in the affirmative.
Representative Supkis,
yes.
Senator Winfield, Representative Brown, Representative Anderson,
Yes.
Representative Arseno,
Arseno, yes.
Representative Biggins,
Biggins votes yes.
Representative Belinsky,
Alinsky votes in the affirmative.
Representative Candelaria,
Candelaria votes in the affirmative.
Representative Carney,
Carney votes yes.
Representative Comey,
Representative Comey votes yes.
Representative Constantine,
Yes.
sorry, give me a quick second. Representative Corpus,
Corpus votes yes.
Representative Dauphine, Representative DeFranzo,
Yes.
Senator Fazio, Representative Felipe, Senator Flexer, Representative Foncello,
Foncello votes yes.
Senator Gatkar Wilcox,
Senator Gatkar Wilcox votes yes.
Representative Jenga,
Representative Jenga votes yes.
Representative Gibson, Representative Gucker, Representative Haynes, Representative Howard,
Howard votes yes.
Representative Johnson, Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative Khan,
No.
Senator Kushner, Representative McGee, Representative Menepes, Senator Miller, Representative Parker, Representative Pemberton,
Yes.
Representative Poulos,
Yes.
Representative Rader,
Yes.
Representative Reddington Hughes,
Yes.
Representative Roberts, Representative Romano,
Romano is a yes.
Representative Sanchez, Representative Smith,
Smith votes yes.
Senator Summers, Representative Stort,
Store is yes.
Representative Wielander,
Representative Welander votes yes.
thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. For House Bill 5147, LCO number 2394, can I please have a motion for a joint favorable substitute to the floor?
So move.
Second? Moved by Senator McCrory, seconded by Representative Rader. The changes in the substitute language are pretty technical in nature and approved by DAS, but just recognizing the correct name of the School Safety and Security Infrastructure Advisory Council, just clarifying that name, and then making it reflective of the changes we've made from the chairperson of the board, which is now advisory, to being reported to the executive director of the technical education career system. Are there any questions or discussion?
I don't see.
Representative Belinsky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify, we're discussing HB 5147 here?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just wanted to take a second to say thank you, because I really like the changes that have been made in this underlying bill, and that I understand the technical nature of what we have before us. But I wanted to acknowledge my gratitude to both the committee chairs and DAS for taking on this responsibility. There's nothing, I think folks sort of get it, that there's nothing more important to me than the safety of our children in our schools. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Representative Belinsky, for those remarks. Representative Belinsky. Any other questions or discussion? Nope, I'm sorry. Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is removing the composition of the council. Used to have this list of folks that is lines 217 down to 241. So we're adding to this council a person from a rural school district. And are we deleting a person with experience in accessibility provisions for Americans with Disabilities Act? Is that what's going on here in line, specifically in line 236? Sorry, we're adding a rural and an urban representative and removing the ADA representative. Is that right?
That looks correct.
Okay, so it would seem, what is the reasoning behind that? Because it would seem that particularly when you're talking about safety and security infrastructure, that an ADA person, an ADA expert would be a useful member. That's question one. And question two is, what about a suburban school district? I have one urban and one suburban school district in my 149th. Those two questions, Madam Chair.
These, excuse me, these changes came at the request of DAS. And so I'm not sure if that's because there's not unique perspective on building construction for suburban versus urban and rural that is distinct and not covered by those other two set of expertise. And as for the person with expertise in construction for students with disabilities and accessibility, I think we all agree that's extremely important and likely held by the commissioner and the other DAS appointees on the commission.
Okay, thank you. I'll support it today, but if we can work on drilling down on those, that would affect my vote on the floor. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just question, in line 254, starting at line 254 of this bill, it indicates that states the council shall develop model blueprints for new school building, recommendations regarding school safety and security infrastructure. So if a existing building is doing remodeling, or does that impact them as well? How is that? Because it does say shall develop. So is every school district, if they're doing renovations on an existing building, they just revert to the blueprints? Is this what this is stating? And it goes on through lines 254 through 260.
So we're actually removing the requirement for model blueprints and replacing it with recommendations.
Oh, okay. I didn't even see the bracket there. Okay. And if you could, and I'm not sure if this question is germane at this point, but how does this impact? A lot of school districts have a building committee within their municipality. Would they then have to work in concert with this building advisory council, Madam Chair?
This building advisory council already exists. It's just currently called the School Building Project Advisory Council. We're changing the name and just clarifying who are on this is a statewide advisory council, not for each individual district to recreate.
Thank you. And I also think I need my eyes examined again. I don't see some of those brackets are not very clear. I didn't see that one, but I appreciate your clarification. I will be a yes out of committee today and just continue to watch this bill. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions? Representative Poulos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I heard you mention that this is, we're voting on substitute language, and looking online, I don't seem to see that. Our good clerk just provided me with a packet of this updated bill. It's 13, 14 pages long. Can you just outline what changed from the original legislation to this substitute packet? So, yeah, yes.
Yeah, happy. So these are just technical adjustments from DAS because there was a name change to the name of the school building advisory council. So there's conforming changes made throughout to reflect that name change, and then some clarification on the appointments to the council.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. And Representative Comey online.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Yeah, I am, as I was looking through the testimony by DAS on the makeup of the committee, I did not notice anything about removing the representative with specific knowledge about adapting buildings for students with disabilities. So they did refer to a report that recommended changes, have not had all of the necessary time that I needed to go through that before this. But was this, as Rep. Poulos says, was this originally in the original proposed bill, or has this changed with the new LCO? Yep.
This change. Yeah, that's a good question, Representative. Hold on, I don't want to misspeak. That change is not from this substitute language. That was in the original bill.
Okay, thank you. I will support it out of committee, but it is a red flag for me when you start, especially in the building of buildings, to ensure that students with disabilities, and as well, when say you have a student who has who is deaf or hard of hearing and cannot, may need to have lights in case of an emergency in the classroom. So there's just some red flags that I want to make sure that we have someone who's covering our students with disabilities on this committee. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative. So that provision did receive the public hearing, and I don't believe we had any testimony in opposition, just to provide a little more insight. Representative Corpus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to clarify what the good Representative Poulos brought up. So if we look on CGA right now at Raise Bill 5147, that's the version we're voting on in this committee right now, the one that's online currently. Is that right? LCO 1166.
We are voting on LCO 2394.
So do we have a copy of that? Where would we get that? Forgive me if I missed it, but it's not online right now.
I believe it was provided to committee members this morning.
And was that by email from the clerk? Madam Chair?
Yes.
Thank you.
Do we have any other? Oh, Representative Khan?
I don't believe we received the recent LCO as of this morning.
If the members would prefer, we hold this and we can vote on this in a subsequent JF meeting. All right, not a problem. Sorry about that. We'll hold that. We're also going to hold on agenda number 5. Could Senator McCrory made the motion. Will you withdraw the motion?
Yes, I will withdraw the motion for House Bill 5147.
Thank you. Mr. Alcio, do we need to withdraw the second or just the motion? Thank you. All right. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. This is what happens when you don't get enough sleep. For House Bill 5150, can I please have a motion for a joint favorable to the floor?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
Moved by Senator McCrory, seconded by Representative Brown. Any discussion?
Okay.
Is there an objection to placing House Bill 5150 on the consent calendar? Seeing none, this item will be placed on the consent calendar. For House Bill 5214, an act concerning school meals. Can I please have a motion for a joint favorable change of reference to the Appropriations Committee?
So moved.
A second? Moved by Senator McCrory, seconded by Representative Rader. Any discussion? Representative Zupkis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, I will be a yes today to get it to appropriations. I don't believe there is anyone in this building that would want a child to be hungry. Everyone, I'll speak for myself, but I think everyone understands that a full belly makes them better students and more aware and paying more attention. And every kid deserves a full belly. My question is, can you just explain what happens now and what this bill is going to do?
Yes. So the proposal that we heard was to expand our free breakfast program beyond just students who are either in a community eligibility district or eligible for free or reduced, but providing for free for all students for breakfast. And then for students who are currently eligible for reduced price lunch, covering that lunch, so that would be a free lunch.
Thank you. So just so I'm clear, everybody, including schools that my kids, I could afford to pay for breakfast, but if my kids go to school, they get free breakfast, correct?
Correct. They would be eligible for free breakfast. I do think the calculations that are made, as we heard from the public testimony, but the calculations that are made at the district level are a little more nuanced in the sense that they won't have one for one a free breakfast for every child. They, like a restaurant, they don't, won't plan for every single person who comes into the restaurant to order the steak dinner. They do an assessment of how many they're typically providing so that there's not an excess of food waste and they're meeting the demand but not exceeding it.
Thank you for that, Madam Chair, because that was a question. Regarding the free lunch, so as it stands, I believe right now a family of 4 that makes $41,795 gets free lunch. This is increasing to a family of 4 that makes what?
Oh, that's a great question. Representative Rader, do you happen to have any insights as being a champion for this issue? But I don't want to put you on the spot and we can get you that answer.
Thank you,
without
Madam
reading it
Chair.
right.
It's a good question. I believe it's still a very low income number for 4. It's somewhere in the 60,000 range for a family of 4, 67,000. I'd have to check that. But we do know that in the state of Connecticut, there are about 13,000 plus students that qualify for reduced. And so we would be taking care of over about 13,500 students would now have not to pay for that lunch.
And thank you. I completely understand that again, but depending on what the number is, it could be a lot more than that, right? So just curious that it's going to approach. Oh, thank you. I think
So the reduced price eligible income threshold for a family of 4 is $59,478.
so. This will be raised from 41 795 to 59,478. And do you know that is the 13,000 number that the good representative was talking about?
So the reason I know this number is because we were covering this for a time period when the last of our ARPA funds were drawn out 2 years ago. A few of us legislators got together and put legislation forward that passed to cover that. And we knew that it was around that number because when we stopped doing it this year, we got that number back that we are now not covering about 13,500 students.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And again, I really believe that every child should have a full belly. I was just curious on the number, so thank you for clarifying.
Thank you, Representative. Thanks, Representative Rader. Any other questions? Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Certainly, I agree with the ranking. We don't want anyone to be hungry, but the school breakfast and lunch are already federally subsidized to many billions of dollars. Feeding the kids is the parents' primary responsibility. I'm really concerned about the possible fiscal note and the waste of food that could happen. So I'm voting no for now, at least to flag it with concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Corpus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is it the case that not in the, maybe you can't answer this, maybe technically speaking, you can't answer this, but in the governor's budget, he put in 12.5 million for breakfast and 500,000 for lunch. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so how much, is this going to cover all of it? Is this going to cover the bill, the policy behind the bill that we're looking at today?
Our intent with raising this and having a public hearing on it was to have an opportunity for the conversation around what the governor had put in his budget. So the intent was that this language and policy was aligned with what the governor put in his budget.
Okay, I don't know what it costs per child to provide breakfast all year at school, but if you take the federal numbers, what the federal government spends on this, divided by the children we feed through the federal programs, it comes out to $479 a child, which seems pretty low to me for a whole school year, but that's the number. So if we apply that to the number of kids we want to cover in Connecticut, it comes out to $78 million. So I have real concerns that we're not putting enough money to execute the policy that this very bill is providing. And I'm very concerned that if we start doing this and then we pull the rug out on it, it could potentially do more harm than good. So I will be supporting it today, in particular for one small part of it, which is we have a lot of Alice families in my district, asset limited, income constrained, and employed. And those people, the thresholds at the federal level are very low right now. So I'm concerned about working families who don't qualify for the federal program and yet really are asset limited constrained. So for those people, I think this makes a lot of sense, but I'm going to struggle with this a lot at the Appropriations Committee on which I sit. And it really comes down to what is this costing? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other question? Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify, just because I have these numbers ingrained in my head and will happy to share them, is we have had OFA look at this figure, we have had SDE look at this figure, and that is the consistent number is 12.5 million. And to cover, reduce, we had budgeted 660, but we found that that was actually too much. So to cover reduced lunches for those kids. So those numbers have been verified several times and they've accounted for inflation, projected out to 27. So at least for the intent of this bill to do it for the next annual school year, that is the number. The number to do universal meals across the state of Connecticut is estimated anywhere from $60 to $66 million. There, but that's lunch for every child.
Every child.
That's not just breakfast. So that's a very different number. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. That's very, very helpful. And it's interesting to me that the numbers came out not exactly the same, but roughly the same as what I figured out from the federal level. So the 12.5 million, how many children do we expect to be availing themselves of this benefit? The incremental number.
I apologize. I didn't hear your question because we're going to run to another meeting. Let me know the question again.
I'm just trying to kind of gut check the 12.5 million number. How many children in the state of Connecticut will be incrementally assisted by this bill?
So we
Through
have
you, Madam Chair.
550,000 students in Connecticut right now who will now access breakfast. I don't know how many, so you have the number of kids who already qualify for free and reduced. I don't have that number memorized, and it changes every year, obviously, because families move in and out of districts, qualify, don't apply. We have a lot of that happening in our districts, to your point around Alice families who don't apply for free and reduced, although they could probably qualify for it. So that number changes every year, but the breakfast would cover every student in Connecticut, so around 550,000 students. And the 13.5, give or take a few hundred students that would now have free lunch.
Representatives, are you fine? Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, like, I don't want to, yeah, that's the information I have to share, but I hope that's helpful.
Thank you very much for the dialogue. It just strikes me still as a low number, but that'll be taken up in approps. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you,
Representative.
Representative Corbett. I'll just add that what we learned through this piece of legislation, and also working on appropriation committee, that sometimes the cost that we're paying from the federal dollars and the state dollars doesn't match the actual cost of what a breakfast for each individual school district is charged with. So therefore, you have conversations about, well, you know, we get $2. I think it's about $2 for the federal government, or 40, 50 cents from ourselves, but the actual cost of a meal, of breakfast, could be in some school districts $3, $4, $5, $6. So that's the variances that's going on there. But at the end of the day, we want to be able to provide free breakfast for all our students, and we do also understand that there are some school districts where this might not be needed or appropriate. And that's the conversation that those local school districts can have with these resources. They might not have to allocate them to all school districts, but we're likely to do that because, you know, with other school districts, there are areas in those communities where students are qualified for free lunch. So thanks for the conversation on both sides out, and let's move on to the next piece of legislation.
The
Madam
chair,
Clerk?
there are two people,
Oh.
at least two people on the
Representative
vote that
Belinsky.
have their hands up.
Thank you. Representative Belinsky.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. You know, this is a really, really good conversation to have because we're touching a lot of different unknowns, because none of us are privileged to have a crystal ball as far as the actual need here. But, you know, the concerns expressed by Rep. Corpus about the number of Alice families living in her community are reality in all of our communities. And we do need to have some way to backstop something that currently United Way will tell us straight to our face is not being backstopped at all. However, I am going to be voting yes for this measure because I think that it gives us the construct to be able to build something that can be both beneficial and fiscally responsible if we just put a guardrail on it. The guardrail is what I had discussed in an earlier committee meeting about this concept when it was just a concept, and I expressed that I'd like to see, you know, my earlier ask was that we amend this piece of legislation to simply include an opt-out where families that have no intention of availing themselves of the free breakfast can just state that they opt out of it. And that would, in my humble opinion, save us the concerns of Representative Anderson in that we wouldn't be wasting a lot of food. And at the same time, it would also help allay the concerns of Rep. Corpus in that we're not underestimating the cost of something by eliminating a certain population that ain't gonna avail themselves of it. So that's just a suggestion. I know it can't change today, but Madam Chair, I'd certainly appreciate it, and Mr. Chair, I certainly appreciate that consideration. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Representative Belinsky. And I just will add, I believe that is the work that is happening as a part of the school meals assessments that every sort of food director at a local level is doing, so that they won't have, for example, a muffin for every single child in their school. They will have an estimate of how many children are availing themselves of the free breakfast and prepare accordingly. Because I think you're exactly right. We don't want to see districts either paying for meals that go uneaten or food waste that's unnecessary. So thank you, Representative Valinsky. Representative Romano.
I thank you for recognizing me, Madam Chair. So in the bill, because it is vague to me, it says that the districts are going to receive a grant for the breakfasts and lunches. Do we have a guarantee that it's definitely going to be 100% covered? I would hate to see that the districts will just say spend $1 million on this and then only are eligible to receive $800,000 back. They certainly can't afford to have, you know, any variances in there. They need to be paid back 100% on this, because most districts are already in a deficit as it is. As you know as well, we've sat at the same meetings, even just this past fall, about how the districts are struggling to pay their bills and they're in debt because there's so much confusion around, you know, at one time you're giving free lunch, free breakfast, and then you take it away. And then now we're giving it back. And it just causes so much confusion. So people are just going in and taking their lunch and not paying their bills. And then I think that by passing this legislation, while the part to raise the bar, I 100% agree with, but by now giving free breakfast for all, it's going to cause that confusion again to the district, that people are going to go in and say, well, it's free, isn't it? And it's like, no, it's only free for breakfast. And then that debt is going to get larger and larger and larger, because people are going to think that it's free lunch as well. And it's really hard for these districts to have any recourse on getting that money back. So I'm just trying to make sure that there's some type of guarantee that they are definitely going to get their money back 100%. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. As we heard through the public hearing, the way in which the federal meals program is administered is quite complex. So districts will continue to get the federal dollars for federally eligible children. The state dollars will come in after the federal dollars. And what I think we've heard from our districts is they are grateful for these extra funds because of currently their unpaid balances, and this would help eliminate the unpaid balances. So they'll get the money for all free breakfasts, and then for the coverage for reduced price students, who we estimate are likely the students that have the most difficulty affording the meals. And so now providing that relief both to the students so that they can have their meals for free, but also for the districts so that they're not accruing the meal debt balances. But I appreciate your question and recognize that how our districts get funded for school meals is quite complex.
Okay, thank you. But I'm just still concerned that there's still going to be that gap of debt, that we're still dealing with these people that are just coming in and not paying their bills. And the district is still not, and that's the in-between people. It's the people that aren't being, you know, that we have these people that are being covered, but then you have these groups of people that should be paying their lunch and they don't qualify. And I think that's the problem also that's happening here. Like my district right now is $35,784.63 in debt. And it's not these people that we're covering here. It's these in-between people. And so their concern is that it's just going to get larger and larger by the end of the school year. And it's probably going to be around $60,000, because it causes confusion for people that you're giving free breakfast and not free lunch. And so they just don't pay the bill. So I'm not sure if you're, we realize that there are implications to this. We're trying to do a good thing, but then now there's these other people that just don't pay their bills. And then now we're just putting a larger burden on the district. So I'm just trying to, make everybody understand there's still this gap that the districts are dealing with that they're not going to get reimbursed for. So they already have that they have to take care of. So I'm hoping that this grant that they get definitely covers the, 100%. Thank you.
This is not free meals for all, so it won't cover.
Yeah,
him.
I know it's not free meals for all. It's just that, as you know, Representative Leeper, we sat in that same breakfast, in that same meeting that day. These districts are, it's not these people that are being covered. It's not these people that they have a problem with. It's these, that aren't qualifying. These people will get covered, and great. That's gonna take a small portion, but we still have a large portion of people that are just not paying because they think it's free. So I'm very torn on it because I just don't want the districts to have any more debt because it causes confusion that you're giving free breakfast but not free lunch. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Representative. Representative Corpus.
Thank you for the time, Madam Chair. I hope I'm not a broken record for those who remember what a record is. I heard something, I spoke to my superintendent of schools in the city of Stamford, and I want to make sure I understand the funding here. The bill right now says that this state subsidy is only open to school districts who are not implementing the community eligibility provisions, which is one of the main federal meal programs. So I read that to say, and my superintendent was reading it that way too when I spoke to her this week, Stamford receives CEP money, is eligible for CEP money. So this bill seems to set up a situation where the city of Stamford would be saying, okay, how much would we get if we stayed in CEP? And how much would we get if we opted out of CEP to become eligible for the state money? Because this section 1 seems to say it's either one or the other. Is that a correct reading?
We are saying if you already have community-wide eligibility, those are federal dollars coming in, and we're not trying to supplant state dollars for federal dollars. So that is true. Those students in those CEP communities already have free lunch for all students. And so this is for districts that don't have that broad eligibility, trying to cover more students.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would propose that we fix the language because as I understand it, if you have over 25% of your students in your district who qualify, then you get CEP for everyone. And the city of Stamford qualifies in that manner. The town of Greenwich, however, qualifies for CEP in 2 of our elementary schools. So we get CEP money for only 2 of those elementary schools. So for districts like the town of Greenwich, it's not clear here whether they would have to forego the CEP money to get the state money and vice versa. So I would suggest that clarification as this bill advances. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And that will be a valuable conversation in the Appropriations Committee. Absolutely. Any other questions or discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
A motion has been made and seconded to JF to appropriation. Agenda item 7, House Bill 5214, and not concerning school meals. Senator McCrory,
Yes.
Representative Leeper,
Yes.
Senator Berthel,
Senator Berthel votes yes.
Representative Subkis,
Yes.
Senator Winfield, Representative Brown,
Yes.
Representative Anderson,
No.
Representative Arseno,
Representative Arseno votes yes.
Representative Biggins,
Biggins votes yes.
Representative Belinsky,
Representative Belinsky votes in the affirmative.
Representative Candelaria, Representative Carney, Representative Comey,
Representative Comey votes yes.
Representative Constantine, Representative Corpus,
Corpus votes yes.
Representative Dauphiné, Representative DeFranzo,
Yes.
Senator Fazio, Representative Felipe,
Representative Felipe votes yes.
Senator Flexer, Representative Poncelo,
Yes.
Senator Gatcard Wilcox,
Senator Gatcard Wilcox votes yes.
Representative Jenga,
Representative Jenga votes yes.
Representative Gibson, Representative Gucker, Representative Haynes, Representative Howard,
Howard votes yes.
Representative Johnson,
Representative Johnson votes yes.
Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative Khan,
Yes.
Senator Kushner, Representative McGee, Representative Menapes,
Yes.
Senator Miller, Representative Parker, Representative Pemberton,
Yes.
Representative Poulos,
Yes.
Representative Rader, Representative Reddington Hughes,
Yes, to see what appropriation says.
Representative Roberts, Representative Romano,
No.
Representative Sanchez, Representative Smith, Senator Summers,
Summers votes yes.
Representative Stewart,
Stewart votes yes.
Representative Wheelander.
Representative Wheelander votes yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Clerk. For House Bill 5215, can I please have a motion for a joint favorable to the floor?
Second.
Moved by Representative Brown, seconded by Representative Menapes.
So move.
No, what's
Oh, I'm
happening?
sorry. I'm sorry. Where are we?
Hush, hush. 5215. An act concerning the legislative commissioner's recommendations for technical revisions to the education early childhood statutes. Is there any objection to placing 5215 on the consent calendar? Seeing none, this item will be placed on the consent calendar. For House Bill 5217, an act establishing the Commissioner of Education as the department head of the Department of Education. Can I please have a motion for a joint favorable to the floor?
So move.
Second? Moved by Senator McCrory, seconded by Representative Brown. Any discussion? Is there any, Representative Zupkis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I will be supporting this bill. I just have a question. So does this completely remove the State Board of Education?
It does not completely remove them. It just moves them to an advisory role.
So the commissioner is going to be the head of that, as I understand it.
Correct.
Correct. So as I understand the process now, basically the commissioner reports to the State Board of Education.
That is correct.
With this, if the commissioner is going to be the head of the State Board of Education, what is going to be kind of their role now?
Just advisory, similar to what we've done with the technical high schools.
Okay, so we're kind of putting them aside and just working with them when, okay, thank you.
Representative Poulos?
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to clarify what I read and what I've been hearing. So would the State Board of Ed have no oversight over the actions of the commissioner under this legislation?
They would be moved to an advisory role.
Okay, and so who would the commissioner answer to? Who would he or she be accountable to for her actions if she's the head of the state board and they're advising her?
I think like all other agency commissioners, to the governor and then effectively to the people who elect the governor.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Khan?
Thank you. So I have some concerns with this policy. I think There's significant testimony that we have received, written testimony, with concerns of, the lack of oversight or the lack of, yeah, I guess I would say the lack of oversight. So I want to clarify some points, before I make my decision on how I would, be voting today. So when the State Board of Ed currently takes up administrative regulations, for the agency, they do so in a public board, State Board of Ed meeting. If the commissioner were to, be the head of the Department of Ed, how would those, administrative regulations work?
My understanding is they would work the same way they work for all of our other agencies. There's no appointed board above any other commissioner in our state other than the state Department of Education.
Yes, so I know that that is like the sell of this policy is that we are just mirroring our other agencies. However, I think the biggest difference between the state Department of Ed or the State Board of Education is that our State Department of Education oversees every Board of Education in this state, and then the regulations are to be adopted by elected officials that we have elected in our Board of Eds. So to allow the governing of all of Board of Eds to be under one sole individual that would not be doing it in a public Board of Ed meeting like the State Board of Ed, I have severe concerns. I think what my biggest concern would be is that in the way that other agencies, yes, can do more executive type orders in terms of the administrative regulations, this specific agency does oversee every single Board of Ed in our state. And to allow for just that oversight to be over one person that is not being done in a public manner, I think has significant issues of transparency. So I would be a no.
Thank you, Representative. Any other Representative Wiellander?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also do share some of the concerns that have been shared by my colleagues, and am wondering if you would be able to speak to some of the governing decisions that the board makes now. Would that all of those go to the commissioner?
Effectively, our commissioner is running the Department of Education and making all of those decisions now, and then they are discussed with the governor appointed State Board of Education. And so now the board would just be advisory and not determinative of those decisions that are generally made by our department staff.
Okay. Thank you for the information. I may need to be a no on this as well today.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Gucker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have some serious reservations with this, also given what the testimonies have been in the past. My fear is that by consolidating things, we take away some of the independence of those boards. And though I love the commissioner, and I think she does a wonderful job, we have to think about legislation that goes beyond this particular administration or this particular commissioner. And I just have a difficulty with breaking up that independence. So at this particular time, I'm not really sold on the idea. And sadly, I believe I will be a no on this.
Thank you, Representative.
Madam Chair.
Senator Berthel?
Thank you. I'm sorry I didn't put my hand up, and I think I jumped in front of Senator Gadkar Wilcox. Thank you for recognizing me. I just have one question, and I don't know if you can answer it or if we would have to perhaps find the answer somewhere else. But a number of times, and I understand what has been spoken about with respect to the new role of the State Board of Ed being advisory, and the question that was just asked with respect to what would happen if, you know, what would the commissioner and her great staff do with advice that is received from the State Board of Education if they truly don't have to follow it anymore? You know, if there's a decision that's made by the State Board of Education now regarding an issue that's been brought before them that affects actions of the agency, the commissioner is, under the current structure, if I understand it correctly, would be required to implement the recommendation of the State Board of Ed. So I guess my question is this: what is an advisory position or statement from the State Board of Education? I mean, what does it actually do except to provide their insight and opinion on something, and then it has no real binding effect? So I think there's a question there. I guess my question is, what will the State Department of Education have to do with an advisory opinion from the State Board of Ed going forward if this legislation were to pass?
So I don't think we're saying there won't still be public meetings. Those meetings would all still happen. I don't know how often there is a disagreement between the State Board of Ed and the commissioner. They all are appointed by the same person. The State Board of Ed is not a particularly democratic board. The people do not elect that board. All those appointees are appointed by the governor, less our teacher of the year who earns that spot. Also, the State Board of Ed is not replacing the legislature in our role of oversight and guidance to the department.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. I think the concern that was raised earlier by one of our colleagues here on the committee is that, you know, yes, we understand that every other commissioner appointed by the governor ultimately reports to the governor. The governor is their supervisor, if you will, or their boss, for a lack of a better term. In this unique situation, as was articulated earlier, we have a very different agency with the State Department of Education, because they do have direct oversight over our elected boards of education across the state. So it raises, I don't want to belabor the point. I think I share concerns that have already been expressed. I'm going to vote a no. I'm going to be a no vote on this today with a flag. I think I'd like to have some other conversations with the commissioner and maybe with some of the members of the State Board of Education, which can happen before we might see this on the floor of either chamber. So thank you for a few minutes just to get some of this out of my head. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Gadkar Wilcox.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I do, after the concerns that were raised and the testimonies provided as well, just have some similar concerns about governance and transparency. And I just wanted, if you can clarify a little bit about why this change was needed now. And also, how is the structure different than the CHRO, for example? When I served as a commissioner, the executive director would report to the commission, and there would be some oversight process on that. So, if you can say a little bit more about, particularly, I'm concerned about the way in which the governance structure will be impacted, and then the transparency of these meetings going forward, and some similar to the concerns that were raised already. So if you can say a little bit more about the context here of why we're doing this now, and then, you know, what is the problem of, you know, why the change? Why not something like having an oversight board like on the CHRO?
I can't really speak to the CHRO. I think that the department was charged by the legislature to do a study on the State Board of Education, and this was the result of the study we asked them to do. Currently, all of the members of the State Board of Education are appointed by the governor. So it has created an additional timeline delay in all of the work that the department is doing. So the department is leading all the work, charged with the work, but then has also this appointed board that they need to appoint, They need to approve many of the decisions that the department is doing. This is not replacing all of those public meetings. Those conversations will still happen publicly, and all things required through the legislature will also continue to happen as they currently do. This is just, I think, moving the appointed board to be advisory rather than a formal sort of boss, if you will, to our commissioner, which are all appointed folks. Representative Felipe?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And while I understand the concerns of a lot of our colleagues, I do think that this is something that I, on its face, support. I think for the reasons you mentioned, the fact that it's an appointed board, the fact that us at the legislature make a lot of these decisions and we have more access to the commissioner rather than these Board of Education members. Obviously, I know that we can reach them, but we see the commissioner on a regular basis. We have these conversations on a regular basis. We get our information from the Department of Education. I think that's an important piece. But I raised my hand because I was just thinking about it. And as we go forward in this process, I'll be a yes today, but maybe we can think about the way that we appoint the chair of the Board of Education. I know that the commissioner sits on the board. Maybe making the commissioner the de facto chair of the Board of Education, State Board of Education, might be a step in the right direction. It's just a thought I had. And thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. I appreciate that. Representative McGee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While conversations and dialogue is really important, I think all of us as a governing body, we're well aware of how important a vote is. Very, very important. So I guess my concern is how we are reducing multiple votes and decision power to one individual. Are we assuming that a commissioner would not want that sort of support outside of public conversation and dialogue? And I guess my question is, where is this bill coming from? Is it coming from the State Department of Ed?
We, as a legislature, charged the State Department of Education to do a study on this, and this is the result of that study. So I think the legislature originated this before I was chair, and this is the result of that report that they were asked to provide.
Okay, so I don't quite yet know how I'm going to vote on this, but I do obviously think that it's important, especially as these appointed individuals are a part of discussions and conversations, obviously that they would also have voting power. We as legislators, a lot of us we're close to issues within our areas, but we're also obviously really close to power, which gives us deciding factor, and that's really important. But I also think that we have to be aware that if we're engaging in public conversation, right, like, and all of us represent the various areas that we represent, that we all bring a different perspective, which makes that governing and voting power important. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I will just maybe add that none of that's being replaced, and it is the commissioner who comes here before us. The state board doesn't come here before us, right? And they don't ever have to sort of defend their actions. They're not responsive to us in the way the commissioner is, and none of that oversight and accountability is being replaced by this. Representative Poulos for the second time.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for indulging me. As this conversation goes on, I just want to kind of explain my thinking. I'm not going to be able to support this bill. And it's not because I don't have a good relationship with the commissioner or the governor. I worked within the State Department of Education for 2 years of my career as a teacher, leader, and residence. I understand the inner workings of that organization. What it brings me concern is what the good Representative Gucker said about future commissioners, future governors, whom we do not know. And essentially, they would be able to set the direction of education policy implementation with less of a check. And I think you know this, but for the public, for 20 years, I've been working to advance teacher leadership and the involvement of classroom practicing teachers in decisions that affect their livelihood, that affect classroom practice. And one of our great milestones one of my great milestones in that endeavor, it was collective, was the appointment of a practicing classroom teacher onto the State Board of Education, who, alongside the students that are on that State Board of Education, offers the perspective of the producer of education from a school to that board, and the students, the perspective of the consumer of public education. And there are many other people with education backgrounds on that Board of Education. And so we've worked hard to get these perspectives on the state board as a check. It's a sliver of influence, I would call it, but it's a worthy sliver of influence. And someone mentioned about a timeline delay within the State Department of Ed. I've witnessed it. I've seen it. Things go slowly, but sometimes faster is not better when we're working through policy. And look at evaluation reform, which was happening in 2013. Okay, it went forward with minimal input from our teachers, from our educators, and it took a decade for us to fix that and turn it back into a meaningful evaluation and professional learning. So for those reasons, I can't support this right now. And perhaps if it moves forward and there's clarifying language about how we will protect the perspectives of our classroom teachers and teacher leaders, I can shift my opinion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Comey?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. In light of what I've heard today, in light of my great respect for my colleagues who many work in school systems and have even served on the board, as well as the constituents that I have, put forward testimony on this. And finally, I did see that that CAPS in authority had said that they also testified against this bill. I will, in fact, be a no as well today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Khan for the second time.
Thank you. I just want to clarify some points. So, and I know my colleague before me referenced some of the testimony. I wanted to just highlight some of that as well. There is testimony from an individual from Decoding Dyslexia that references running into barriers in the implementation of some of the policies that we had passed, and was only able to do so after going before the State Board of Ed in a public comment, which again, that vehicle would be eliminated if the commissioner was the department head, because the State Board of Ed's role is not clearly outlined as being still a governing body, but more as an advisory, which would not be before the public. So that's a big concern. But the other point I want to clarify, because this keeps coming up, is we are just doing what the other agencies we're aligning ourselves with what the other agencies are doing. I know, I don't know how every single one of these agencies operates because I don't sit on every committee, but I will speak to the ones I know. So our agency that oversees public safety, they also oversee, because I mentioned the State Board of Ed and our Department of Ed oversees every Board of Education in our state. The Public Safety Agency also oversees, likewise, our police departments, but they still have a governing council, which is POST, that is required to still have the governing authority to help with certifying and decertifying officers, setting standards for officers. They hold public meetings, which allows for the public to have input in how that is done. When we are saying that every single police department would have to comply, it doesn't give that sole power to one individual. It gives it to a governing body to allow the public to have that. And I think that to say that we are doing what every agency is doing is unfair, because that's not, this does not just put the commissioner as a head, but it also gives the commissioner unilateral power over some of over the work of the Department of Ed, which is not true for all of our agencies. And again, I can't speak to every agency, but I know that in many of our other agencies, we do have licensing boards that are in charge of licensing in our Department of Health and Consumer Protection. But this change would eliminate all of that power from the State Board of Ed and give it to one individual, which again takes away the democratic oversight. And given that this is an agency that oversees every single Board of Education in our state, I think we should be concerned about giving that power to one person that is no longer going to have to make those administrative changes in a public manner and would be done potentially behind closed doors. And again, this is in no way in disrespect to our current commissioner, but we do not know who the commissioners would be going forward. And I think whether we love the commissioner, whether we have a lot of admiration for the commissioner, it still does not allow the public, the general public, the democratic transparency and oversight that our other agencies still offer. So I do want to make that clear for the record that this is not mirroring what our other agencies do. This change would not mirror what our other agencies do. Our other agencies still have democratic oversight. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments. Before I recognize Representative Anderson, I will say that the reality is the State Board of Education, they do not oversee local boards of education. Local boards of education are independent. They do provide curriculum authority, though. But I understand everyone's question concern. This might need some more clarification as we move this piece of legislation forward. Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Related to your last remark, when I look at the statutes, I see a remark from a state Supreme Court decision that says, I'll paraphrase, that local boards of education are an extension of the State Board of Education, which rubs me really wrong. Completely subverts local control. This proposal today really intrigues me. I'm going to support it today. Representative McGee asked the question, where did it come from? And apparently from a study. Can the clerk share that study with the members? But I will support this today, and I think we need to look further at statutes that give more local control to the Board of Eds and less to the State Board of Ed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And I don't have the study before me, but I'll make sure it get emailed out to all the members of this committee as we move forward. Yes, Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And not to belabor this, but I just want to make to clarify, when the governor makes an appointment to the State Board of Education, it's then vetted through our exec noms process. And it goes through our executive nominations committee who vets the applicant or the person being appointed and then does come to the legislature. So I just want to clarify that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Zumpkis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the second time. I appreciate the comment because a lot of things have been brought to my attention that I possibly didn't think of or know of because I am not a teacher, nor I believe the commissioner was ever an educator. I could be wrong, but I'm not sure about that. Representative Anderson beat me to the punch requesting the study. So just to clarify, the State Department of Education was required by the legislature to do a study. When was that?
Last year. I think we passed that in 2024.
Okay, in 2024. And shame on me for not realizing having the commissioner's department doing a study on themselves, basically. So, or their boss in essence. So I know if I did a study on my boss, I would be in a pickle. But so I find that interesting, and I did not recollect that. So I would appreciate that study also. And then my second point is, again, shame on me, because if the State Board of Education is really the decision makers, if you will, they should be before us and we should be able to ask them questions and talk with them. So if this bill does not pass, I will ask time and time again to have them come before us and talk about what their issues are and the things that they are in charge of. So I just wanted to say that I did commit earlier. I said I was a yes. I will be, but it's very hesitantly. And that doesn't mean that's how I will vote if it ever makes it to the floor.
So, thank you, Representative. Out of respect for the concerns that have been raised, could I have a motion to could you withdraw the motion and we will consider to discuss this and make sure questions are answered before we ask people to vote on it?
I would like to put my motion on House Bill 5217 as currently presently made up, and have a conversation if we need to into fixing a piece of legislation or just going back and just taking it off the agenda for good. So
Thanks, Senator. All right. Appreciate all of the conversation around this and recognize there are many questions to be answered. And I hope our department can help us get some of those answers. I believe that was the last item on our agenda for today. And so now I believe it's time to vote on the consent calendar. Is there any other questions or discussion before we vote on the consent calendar? All right, Madam Clerk, please list the bills in the consent calendar and call the roll.
The consent calendar contains the bills as follows. Senate Bill 135, House Bill 5150, and House Bill 5215. Senator McCrory,
yes.
Representative Leeper,
Yes.
Senator Berthel,
Senator Berthel votes yes.
Representative Supkis,
Yes.
Senator Winfield, Representative Brown,
Yes.
Representative Anderson,
Yes.
Representative Arseno,
Representative Arseno votes yes.
Representative Biggins,
Higgins votes yes.
Representative Belinsky,
Walensky votes in the affirmative.
Thank you.
Representative Candelaria,
Candelaria votes yes.
Representative Carney,
Carney votes yes.
Representative Comey,
Representative Comey votes yes.
Representative Constantine, Representative Corpus,
Corpus votes yes.
Representative Dauphiné, Representative DeFranzo, Senator Fazio, Representative Felipe,
Representative Felipe votes yes.
Senator Flexer, Representative Foncelo,
Yes.
Senator Gakar Wilcox,
Senator Gakar Wilcox votes yes.
Representative Jenga,
Representative Jenga votes yes.
Representative Gibson, Representative Gucker, Representative Haynes, Representative Howard,
Howard votes yes.
Representative Johnson, Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative Khan,
Yes.
Senator Kushner, Representative McGee,
Yes.
Representative Menapace, Senator Miller, Representative Parker, Representative Pemberton,
Yes.
Representative Poulos,
Yes.
Representative Rader, Representative Reddington Hughes,
Yes.
Representative Roberts, Representative Romano,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez, Representative Smith,
Smith votes yes.
Senator Summers,
Summers votes yes.
Representative Stewart, Representative Wielander,
Representative Welander votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll recess the meeting until 2 p.m. at which time the votes will be closed and the meeting will be adjourned. Thank you. We're in recess.
Just want to let the people online know I'm taking the people in the room real quick. I'll get to you guys shortly. Sorry. Okay. So Representative Carney, I need your vote for the first item, which was an act concerning public education in the state. How would you like to vote?
No.
No? Okay.
Do you need the school meals one too?
Sorry, I can't. Let me fix my computer with it.
It's okay.
Representative Carney, can you hear
Yep.
me? Okay, I
Yes.
can hear you too. So I got you on an act concerning public education and stay as a no. That's
Yep.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then I need your vote. I don't need your vote for 2, 3.
Yep.
I need your vote for an act concerning school meals, 5214. How would you like to vote?
Yes.
Okay.
What's the bill?
And then I have you for the consent calendar, so you should be all set.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for your patience.
Of course.
Especially for our novices. Should they, Hello, Senator Gakar Wilcox.
Hi there, just did I miss any votes? I wasn't sure because I was a few
Yeah, you
minutes late.
did. So the first one I missed you on was the first vote, which was an act concerning public education in the state. 136, how would you like to vote?
136, yes.
Okay. And then you're all set for the rest.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Representative Howard? Representative Candelaria?
Yes.
You missed the first vote, which was an act concerning public education in the state. How would you like to vote?
Yes.
Yes, okay. And then I need your vote for an act concerning school meals. How would you like to vote?
Yes.
And then you're all set with the rest. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a
good
nice
day.
weekend.
Very nice to meet you.
Hi, Representative Biggins. How are you today?
Good. How are you, Jazz?
I'm doing good.
Did I miss anything?
Let me double check what I need you for.
Okay.
It looks like you voted on everything, so you're all set.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yep, no problem. Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Representative Howard, are you there?
Hi, Jazzy. I'm sorry. Are you there?
Yes, I am. I am here.
I'm sorry.
No,
How
you're
are you?
good. I imagine you were doing something.
Yep, that's
Um,
it. Yep, go ahead. I'm ready.
I need your vote for the first item, which was an act concerning public, not the first item, the first vote, which was an act
Yes.
concerning public education.
Yep, that's no. That's the dummy bill, so I'm a no on that.
Sounds good.
Shocking to you, I'm sure.
And then I think with that, I have you on everything else, so you're all set.
The consent calendar?
You voted on the consent calendar.
Oh, I did. All right.
Yep.
Thanks. Perfect.
Okay, have a good day.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Representative Sanchez. How are you today?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing good. So we voted on a few items. The first item we voted on was SB 136 and not concerning public education in the state. How would you like to vote?
Sanchez votes yes.
Okay. And then we have SB 223 and not concerning the para educators healthcare subsidy program.
Sanchez votes yes.
Okay. And then we have HB 5214 and not concerning school meals.
Sanchez votes yes.
And then we voted on the consent calendar that included bills 135, 5150, and 5215.
Sanchez votes yes.
Okay, and with
All
that,
set.
you're all set.
Thank you. Have a good weekend.
You too. Take care.
Take care.
letting me know. Hi,
Well, Jazz,
How are you?
I'm on a train. I'm about to speak in Delaware today, so that's
Oh,
always a while.
nice. Okay.
Times a while. How many things you got? 4, 5? Oh,
We voted on, we voted on 4 items. So first thing is SB 136 and not concerning public education in the state. How would you like to vote?
affirmative.
Okay. And then we have SB 223 and not concerning the paraeducators health care subsidy program. How would you like to vote?
Affirmative.
HB 5214 and not concerning school meals.
Absolutely affirmative.
Okay. And then the last thing was a consent calendar that included 135, 5150, and 5215.
Affirmative.
You said affirmative?
Yep,
Okay.
affirmative.
And with that, you're all set, Representative. Have a good weekend. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Hi, sorry, I'm in finance. I was jumping out to vote.
Listen, I get it. So I need your vote for 5214 not concerning school meals.
Big yes.
Okay. And then I need your vote on the consent calendar that had bills 135, 5150, and 5215.
Very yes.
Okay. And with that, you're all set. Thank you.
I'm all set. Yeah, because I was there for the others. Okay, perfect. Thanks, Jazz. Have a good weekend.
You
Bye.
too. Hi, Representative. How are you today? Can you hear me? For some reason, like you're talking, but your audio, I can't hear you.
How about now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Cool. Sorry
Perfect.
about that.
No worries. So I need your vote on agenda item 2, which was SB 138 and act concerning public education in the state.
Yes.
Okay. And then I need your vote for agenda item 3, Senate Bill 223, and act concerning the paraeducator healthcare subsidy program.
Yes.
Okay. And then agenda item 5214, and act concerning school meals.
Yes.
Yes. And then we had a consent calendars that had Senate Bills 135, House Bill 5150, and House Bill 5215. How would you like to vote?
Yes.
Okay. And with that, you're all set.
Thanks, Chad, so much.
Have
See
a
you
good
later. Have a good
one.
weekend. Thanks again for your help yesterday. I appreciate it.
Yeah, of course, anytime. Take care.
Yeah. Bye.
Hi, Representative Dauphine. How are you today?
I'm great. You're always so delightful. I love hearing your
Oh,
voice. And
Thank you. I appreciate that. Um, so, I need your vote for agenda item, number 2, which was Senate Bill 136 and that concerning public education in the state. How would you like to vote?
how did the vote go on that?
Um,
Was there any no's?
yes, there was no's. I would say it's pretty,
I'm gonna be a no. I'm guessing there was some concern. So what number was that again, Emily?
that was number 2. I think, they were saying it's a dummy bill, so.
Oh,
it's a-
gotcha. And what number was that?
That was agenda item 2.
But what was it?
136, sorry.
1 through, okay. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay.
So that's a no?
Yep.
Okay. And then we have agenda item number 3, Senate Bill 223, and that concerning the paraeducator health care subsidy program.
And how did that go?
I would say a majority of people voted yes.
Who voted no?
I have a no from Khan and I have a no from Menapace.
Oh, all right. I'll be a yes.
Okay. And then I have, and that concerning school meals, 5214, which was agenda item 7.
And I would definitely be a no on that.
Okay. And then the last thing was a consent calendar that had 135, Senate Bill 135, House Bill 15150, and House Bill 5215. How would you like to vote?
I guess the consent is pretty much everyone agrees, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Consent. Okay. Are we good?
Yep, you're all set.
Thank you, sweetie. Thank you. Have a great day.
You too, and have a good weekend.
You too.
Thank you. Store.
I think I just have one vote to cast.
Yes, and it was for the consent calendar. It was for it had 135, 5150, and 5215. How would you like to vote on it?
This is for the act concerning the commissioner one, right? I believe.
No, that one was put on hold.
Oh, it was. Oh,
So
okay.
I need your vote for the consent calendar that was voted last. So it included all the bills that they were like they add into the
Yeah,
consent.
that's a yes. Then that's fine
Okay.
to be on consent.
Yep, and you're all set. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Yeah, of course. Have a good weekend.
You too. Bye.
Bye. Hi,
Hi.
Senator Kushner. How are you today?
Doing well. How are you?
Doing well. So I need your votes for agenda item 2, which was SB 136 and not concerning public education in the state.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Okay. And then I need your vote on agenda item 3, Senate Bill 223 and not concerning the paraeducator healthcare subsidy program.
Yes.
Okay. And then we have agenda item 7 and not concerning school meals.
Yes.
Okay. And then we had a consent calendar that had Senate Bill 135, House Bill 5150, and House Bill 5215. How would you like to vote?
Yes.
Okay. And with that, you're all set, Senator Kushner.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
You as well. Have a good weekend.
You too.
Hi, Senator Miller.
I'm calling. I had to leave a meeting and start to get to this one. I'm sorry.
No worries.
Okay, ma'am.
How are you today?
How are you?
I'm doing good. Good to see you as always.
I can't hear you. Oh, that's my fault. That's my fault. Don't. Okay. Now I
Can you
can.
hear me now?
Mhm.
Okay, good. So I just need your vote on agenda item. w- I need your vote for agenda item 3, which was, sorry, agenda item 2, and not concerning public education in the state. Senate
What do
Bill.
what do we do with the others?
So we had a consent calendar and then we put 3
Okay.
bills on hold.
All right. So, and that, yes.
Okay. And then, and not concerning the paraeducator healthcare subsidy program, Senate Bill 223.
Yes.
Okay. And then House Bill 5214, not concerning school meals. How would you like to vote?
Was it 5214? Yes.
5214, yep. And then we had a consent calendars on Senate Bill 135, House Bill 5150, and House Bill 5215.
5215. Okay. And that concern the legislative commission. Yes.
Okay, and with that, you're all set.
So all the other ones are held?
Yes, everything else
Oh.
was held.
Okay. Thank you. Have a nice weekend.
You as well. Take care.
All right. You too, dear. Bye.
Bye.
I didn't mean to say dear. Sorry. You too.
No, you're good. No worries.
Sorry about that.
Hi, Rob Gibson.
Hey, Jazz, how are you?
Doing good. So I need your vote on Senate Bill 136 and not concerning public education in the state. How would you like to vote?
I vote yes.
Okay. And then I need your vote on SB 223 and not concerning the paraeducator healthcare subsidy program.
I vote yes.
Okay. And then I need your vote for House Bill 5214 and not concerning school meals.
I vote yes.
Okay, and then the consent calendar that had bills, Senate Bill 135, House Bill 5150, and House Bill 5215.
Yes.
Okay. And with
No-
that, you're all set.
Okay, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Is there still going to be a hearing on March 4th, Wednesday?
Yes. So
Okay.
it was planned as a meeting and a public hearing, but it's just gonna be a public hearing. So no meeting that day.
Okay. Is House Bill 5002 going to come up on the 4th?
50, yes, that is in the agenda for that public hearing.
Okay. And part of 5002, is it still increased funding for schools?
I will ask Representative Leeper on like if that's in 5002. I don't know the like what exact language or what pieces are in it. I'm sorry.
Okay, I can give her a call.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And to testify for Wednesday, you have to sign up by what, Monday?
To sign up for Wednesday, you'll need to sign up before 3 on Tuesday. Tuesday's the registration closes at 3 o'clock.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. And if you need the link, email me. I could forward it to you if you
Sounds
want to share with anyone.
okay.
Yeah.
Actually, I think I do. Can you email me anyway?
Yeah, I'll email you the link to register and I'll email you how to submit written testimony as well.
Sounds like a plan. Okay.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Jazz.
Yeah, no problem. Have a
All right,
good
have a
day.
good weekend.
You too.
Bye.
Bye.
Hi there. I guess I missed a vote that I didn't realize I missed.
Yeah, so you missed the vote for Senate Bill 136 and not concerning public education in the state.
Do you know what night item that was on the agenda?
It was item 2.
Okay, hold on one second.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say no, that's a dummy bill.
Yep. Sounds good. And then I needed your vote for not concerning the Paraeducator Healthcare Subsidy Program, Senate Bill 223. It was agenda item 3.
That's a yes.
Okay. And then I'm just checking everything else. You're all set for everything else.
Okay, thank you so much. Have a great weekend.
Yeah,
Bye-bye.
you too. Take care.
Bye.